Entonces, llevamos ya, weón. Handcuffs and the whole thing. Good afternoon, everyone. You ready? I will call the meeting to order. Would you please stand with me for the pledge of allegiance? Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and welcome. It is June 12th, 2025. That time is 4:10. I will ask our city clerk to please do roll call.
Councilmember Reynosa,
Here.
Councilmember Verdugo,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez,
Present.
Mayor Preciado.
Here. For the record, we have a quorum, everyone's present. Would you also please that other statement?
Government Code Section 54952.3, the members of the city council successor agency are entitled to receive a total of 450 per month because of being elected to the city council. They receive no other compensation for sitting as a member of the successor agency.
With that, we'll go into closed session.
Before we go any further, I'd like to address something, please. Moses, are you online?
Hi, yes, good evening, everyone. Hi, were you able to hear me? Good evening, everyone.
El intérprete va a venir cuando esté la junta normal. Ahorita nada más vamos a abrir la junta y vamos a entrar a una sesión de puerta cerrada y después vamos a regresar a las 5:15. Va a comenzar la junta regular y con intérprete para todos.
First of all, like I said, I need to have Moses get online.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Moses, you there? Hello?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're ready to go into closed session, but Councilman Verdugo believe he has a question, something he wants you to probably be aware of.
I want to address something. Before we break another Brown Act violation, there was something that was left out at this new agenda that was brought up. Usually, if we look at our regular agenda we got on Monday in the back, for closed session, there's an item that the clerk reads, giving the opportunity for the public to address the council on the closed session items. This was not put on the new agenda.
Okay, yeah, so in regard to the closed session agenda for the special meeting, it doesn't specifically talk about, public comment, but that certainly, it doesn't have to necessarily be listed on the agenda. It's listed there as a reminder to do it. But yeah, public
But it-
comment should be
but we are-
allowed for every agenda item.
Closed session items, we are going to discuss closed session items. So if we're going to discuss closed session items, there needs to be an opportunity for the public to address the issues on the closed session.
That
Real
is
quick.
correct.
But when we have a special meeting, I know you've told me that we don't need to have.
That's not
public
what's written on the
comment.
agenda. The agenda says closed session items right there, doesn't it?
Fair, and it still does have it. Any person may directly address the council agency at this time of items arisen regarding closed session. So, 2.1, I've been told it's not necessary in a special meeting, and secondly, it is there.
But it's
Out of
not,
courtesy.
but we're discussing closed session items. That's not a special meeting. I just like,
I'll-
what's going
What
to
I'm
go,
looking at, what I'm looking at is a
know that
4 p.m. special meeting and it has closed session items. I think the public can be allowed to comment on them. I think they should be allowed and then just go into closed session after that.
Yeah, we're still not there. I was gonna read that we're gonna go into closed session, then the city clerk was going to read that statement where it says any public can comment on items on closed session. So we're still going in that direction.
I don't see why you're calling it a special meeting when it's closed session we're discussing, so. I'm just addressing that. Thank you.
Well, a special meeting only needs 24 hours to be
I
notified.
didn't say nothing about 24
And-
hours.
And if you don't do a special meeting, you have to post it within 72 hours. That is the difference.
But a
We
special,
didn't have, excuse me, do not interrupt me. Please. We didn't have 72 hours to call for a special or a closed session. We only have little over 24 hours. That's why I call a special meeting closed session item. Thank you. Lo que está pasando aquí, el concejal Verdugo está diciendo que por qué tenemos una junta cerrada, que no le estamos dando la oportunidad al público de que hable y no hemos llegado a ese punto. Ahorita va a haber la oportunidad de que cualquier persona pueda hacer preguntas sobre lo que vamos a hablar en closed session. Pero vamos paso por paso. Y les pido que por favor, esta junta parece que hay mucho interés de la comunidad. Les pido por favor que guarden el orden, que sigan el protocolo de la junta. Antes de interrumpir, tienen que seguir la orden de la junta, pedir permiso para hablar. Cuando se les dé el permiso, entonces pueden hablar. Y también le pido al público, por favor, para no interrumpir con la junta, que no estén conversando entre ustedes, porque si hablan mucho muy recio, pueden distraer la junta. Y es muy importante que todos estemos enfocados en los negocios de la junta. Lo importante de la junta del concilio son juntas para hacer los negocios de la ciudad con el público. No es una junta del público con el concilio, es al revés. Ese es el protocolo de la junta y por eso les pido respeto para todos, para que la junta sea más rápida, más pronta y no estemos aquí mucho tiempo discutiendo y interrumpiendo la junta. Gracias. So with that, we'll go into closed session, and I will also ask our city clerk to please read the statement for closed session items.
It is the intent of the governing body to meet in closed session to review its positions and instruct its designee representatives. Any person may directly address the city council agency at this time on items of interest regarding closed session.
Will you translate it into Spanish too, please?
Sesión cerrada, ciudad, agencias y sucesora. Esta es la intención del órgano rector reunirse en sesión cerrada para recibir sus posiciones de instruir a sus representantes designados, cualquier persona que pueda dirigirse directamente con el consejo agencia en este momento sobre temas de interés relacionados con la sesión cerrada.
I could scream. Sorry, I know you don't want me to scream, so. Okay, mi nombre es Dalila Barajas. My name is Dalila Barajas. If I'm correct with what I read with the closed session, it's just about regarding Mr. V. Lopez. Is this correct? Negotiations, okay. So, okay. My question is the following, or my statement, however you want to take it. Lo siguiente que tengo que decir, no sé si sea una pregunta o nomás sea una opinión. Gracias. No estoy no tengo tiempo que ya no hablo el español y el inglés junto, así que tienen que, por favor, ser pacientes conmigo. So my question is the following. My concern falls in, I understand that you're being evaluated today, Mr. Lopez, and my concern is that, are you getting a raise? Okay, you don't have to answer that to me right now, but if you are getting a raise, which my concern is the following, with having budget cuts and stuff like that, and I mean, literally getting rid of the fire department, and you getting a raise or anybody getting a raise at this point is going to cause a big problem, and you're going to lose a lot of faith in the public out there. Mi problema con esto es que si vamos a estar hablando de el sueldo, quizás no escribí todo en español esta vez. Estoy hablando de los aumentos, por si acaso hay aumentos, acuérdense que está quitando el departamento de bomberos. Entonces, eso viene a cuestionar si su interés sobresale el bienestar del pueblo. Usted tiene que pensar en eso. Cualquier dinero que esté dando ahorita a cualquier posición, sea la suya o de cualquier persona que exista en los trabajos estos, de la única manera que esto se ve es que usted no va a tener ninguna conciencia absoluta para lo que están haciendo de quitar los bomberos y dándose sueldos a ustedes. Ese es lo que mi preocupación de todo esto. Y creo yo que no sería algo justo. Y ese era mi comentario para ahora. Now, what I was explaining is that if they're planning on giving anybody any kind of raises for whatever positions they have, it's not fair to any of the citizens of Avenal, because we are getting rid of the fire department accordingly because there's no funding. So if we have funding, once again, to give people raises of any type, then you're doing it now just to benefit your own self and not the benefit of the citizens of Avenal. That was my concern. That's the only thing I have.
Maybe Tony, can you explain that the process for every employee in every city, they're allowed to have annual evaluations, and then if they pass a positive evaluation, even the school district has, I believe, same policy, where employees do get a yearly evaluation and they get a positive evaluation, they can get a merit increase. And that's custom, and that's legal, and we'll be doing illegal things. His evaluation is almost 2 years over. And you know, we don't do it, then we'll also be doing something illegal, but not doing what we're supposed to be doing every year.
Just quickly, and Moses, if you want to chime in, public comment, where council's not really supposed to be responding back. It's not really meant to be a dialogue, just to make a comment.
Yes, that's correct. And I will tell you this, that there is not going to be any raise approved today. And certainly not in closed session, because that's the only item on this agenda is a closed session, and a raise would not be approved. in closed session, it would have to be done, put on the open session agenda. So that's not gonna happen today.
Well, with that, we're going to closed session. Are there any other public comments for closed session items online? Then we'll go and we should be back by 5:15 to start the regular meeting, hopefully. Thank you. So we'll be going to the other room.
Yes, we'll be moving to the meeting room, that way a lot of public.
Weinstein will stay in custody. Also tonight, an explosion leveling this house in the Chicago suburbs. You can see it reduced to rubble. Officials say a 76-year-old man inside died in that blast, and the cause appears to be a natural gas leak. Authorities say they're investigating the cause of the leak. And a warning
Good afternoon. I'm unsure if the meeting has started, but we are currently all muted. We can't hear anything going on.
I don't have an extra one. No. Ya, aquí está.
You ready? Good evening. It is 6:18. It is June 12th, 2025. Welcome to our city council meeting. I would like to please
Esta reunión me gustaría
call the meeting to order. Would you please stand?
llamar a cabo la reunión.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States. And to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for God.
Thank you. I will ask our city clerk to please do roll call.
Councilman Reynosa,
Here.
Councilman Verdugo.
Here.
Councilman Hernandez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez. Present. Mayor Preciado.
Here, for the record, we do have a quorum. Would you also please read the statement?
Government codes. Council success. Are entitled
Yeah, they're about to start. Shh.
450 per month because of being elected as a city council. They receive no other compensation for sitting as a member of the successor agency.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into public comments. But before that, I would like to let you know that I did get a request to speed up one item on the agenda, but we feel that we have important items that the community needs to be aware of, so I kind of would like to see everybody stay for the whole meeting so we can all get into a good understanding what the city is moving forward, the projects we have, events that have happened. So to me, it's not that always we get a full house in our city council meetings. Sometimes we may get 1 or 2 people. So with that, I will continue with the agenda as scheduled. So this time we will open public comments and unscheduled appearances. I will ask our city clerks to please read the statement.
Any person may directly address the city council agency at this time of any items of the agenda or any other items of interest. The public that is within subject matter jurisdiction. The city council, successor agency, state law prohibits any of the city agency from commenting or acting on matters not on the agenda. 3 minutes are allowed per person. And I do have, correct, these are not on the agenda, and I have Emily Pierre.
I have to just get closer to it.
Insert to put them in back. All right, okay. All right, so I am here to address transparency amongst the city council and manager. I was made aware that what is proposed to be the volunteer fire department building, AKA the old hospital, was being cleared out today. And I'm curious as to why, and if that is because you guys are moving to continue this plan without approval still. I also want to question why there was a red Ford truck there with a Coalinga Fire Department sticker on the back. He is sitting second to the back over there. He was in the closed session meeting, I do believe, because he came from the back curtains. Why was some other people in a closed session meeting? I thought it had to be our elected officials. This is important for us to know, and I'd like for you guys to answer as to what you guys were doing up there and as to who he is. Thank you. You can have the rest of my time to answer. They can't answer right now? Okay, well then.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Just to clarify, public comment is reserved for.
Okay, well,
public
that's
speaking.
my concern. So if you guys can make sure that you guys are transparent with the town, because we have no idea what's going on, we're left to figure it out ourselves. It's your job to let us know.
Thank you.
Frank Lopez.
Good afternoon, City Council and neighbors. It was a great turnout. As always, it's nice to see everybody participating in our democracy. Something I wanted to bring up and that I brought up at this council, at the school board before, is just the awareness and the worry of our immigrant community. As everybody's seen on the news, there's unwarranted ICE raids going on, not just in California, but across the country. And this is very clear overreach and causing fear in our communities. Especially here in Avenal, we have an international grouping of immigrants. I'm really proud to see our board and the majority of this building or this room full of immigrants and sons and daughters of immigrants. I'm a proud Mexican-American immigrant, and I want to stand with our community, especially with this unwarranted ICE raids that are wrapping up people who do have documentation, who are going after people who build our community. And our community is made out of people from everywhere. We have Canadians, we have El Salvadorians, we have Mexicans, Nicaraguenses, Colombians, and Peruvians here in this town. And I just want and hope that none of those raids and overreach from this administration come to this town and our county as well. But if they do, I hope that our community responds in a way that supports those immigrants and supports the people who have helped build and make this town the great place that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. There any other public comments?
Not at this time.
No, are there any online? Oh, sure, go ahead.
Evening, guys. Mayor, Preciado, council, and staff. My name is Matthew Tuttle. During public comment, I just want to introduce myself in our office. I work with Assemblywoman Alexandra Macedo. Miss Macedo was sworn into office in Sacramento late last year into the state assembly. She is our assemblywoman for all of Kings County, including, of course, city of Avenal. And just want to introduce myself, our office, offer our services. I left my contact with your city clerk to please share with you all. Feel free to reach out to me for any assistance that you feel that we can give the city of Avenal with the state. Furthermore, we are looking to do some mobile office hours in some of our more outlying areas, and city of Avenal is pretty outlying. And so I'd like to work with you, mayor, and city leadership on an appropriate time and location to best serve the city of Avenal. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I speak in Spanish?
Sure.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Anthony Martínez. Simplemente quería comentar sobre.
Hold on a minute. Just so you know, we do have a Spanish interpreter interpreting in Spanish.
Okay.
So you have to talk in Spanish if you don't want.
Time out.
Yeah, I could do both.
I'm
English.
sorry, sir. What's your name?
Anthony Martínez.
Okay, but are you gonna speak regarding the fire department?
Si se permite, sí.
Not at this time. It's an agenda item and it'll be a new business.
Okay. Well, simplemente también quiero, pues mientras estoy aquí arriba, aquí en presente, le quiero agradecer pues a ustedes, honestly, ahorita como persona, como ciudadano de Avenal, yo estoy, I'm satisfied with the work that you guys are doing. I see it in Avenal, everything that we put back in 2020, 2021, 2022, the city of Avenal they raised their voice on Facebook. And I see a lot of things, a lot of good changes in Avenal, from crosswalks, lights. I see a lot of projects coming to fruition. Art over there by State Foods, something that I've always wanted to see in our town. I would like to see, I don't know if I could put this out there, but speed bumps by Rice Park. There's a lot of families there, and there's some streets like San Mateo, there could be speed bumps. Sometimes there's a lot of cars speeding. It looks like a racetrack out there sometimes. We have kids, we have families. And I look forward to everything you guys are doing. Right, and sigan para adelante. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. That's it. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Do we have any public comments online?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
And go ahead, Veronica. Sorry, Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Veronica Aguirre. I'm a resident of the community of Avenal. I'm also a policy advocate for green action, health, and environment. I'd like to take this time today to address an issue that I have been bringing to your attention for years and a growing concern. It's the Avenal landfill. We're currently receiving, since the beginning of the year, an extra 1,000 tons per day coming from the closed Chiquita Canyon landfill. So we're receiving extra garbage along with the garbage that we've already been receiving since January. And I'd like to know where the revenue is for that. What is going on with the additional revenue that's coming from these additional tons we're getting per day? And why we can't use it to secure the health and safety of our community. If for years, our community has been set to be divided because they're wagering the fact that that revenue is going to help support different things throughout the community, whether it be, safety, or whether it be whatever, I guess it's going to be to pay for promotions and raises and whatever the case, because that's all we're really seeing. And we have yet to put this on the agenda. We're now working at the front face of the community. Had a number of complaints called to me that we've actually turned to the Air District in regards to odor complaints and dust. And yet we continue to close our eyes and act like it doesn't exist. So I really want to find out what is going on with all the extra funds that are coming in and why that is not used to put towards things like the fire department. I know we're not discussing the fire department now, that'll come later, but right now there's additional revenue that could be used, and we shouldn't be having to put our community in this type of bind when you know that there's funds that could be going towards that we're already wagering our health for. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Catherine Benson.
Yes, thank you. My name is Catherine Benson. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city manager. I'm working with the City of Avenal employees in group 1 through 5. I see on both of your closed session agendas that the city is beginning the process for negotiating with these groups. As I'm sure you are aware, we have previously submitted written requests for information that will allow us to better prepare a productive and positive negotiating process. Although we've not received a response or confirming email, we are still confident that the city is preparing the information requested and will respond in a timely manner. We are anxious to work with Mr. Lopez as the city's representative to complete the negotiations for this professional staff group who provide the critical operations for the city of Avenal. We look very much forward to receiving the city's response to our request for information and to scheduling a time in the next few days to meet and engage in the negotiation process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No more? So at this time, I would like to take the opportunity to remind the public that
So what was mentioned at the start of the meeting, there was a request to move the item up, but consideration of all the other items and other presenters as well. And we will move through the agenda as quickly as possible. Any comments on? As for items not on the agenda. Re-clarify.
Just to clarify, good evening, everyone. Just to clarify, public comment is specifically reserved for public comments on items that are not specifically on the agenda. You will have an opportunity.
When it gets to it, hey,
No,
when it gets to the,
when it gets to that opportunity in the agenda, then you will have an opportunity to discuss, so.
So the item is listed as item 9B, and at that point, just as was done at the previous meeting, we will allow, and I'm sure the mayor will allow everyone to speak, and give their comment.
Yeah, I do have a comment though. Even though, fire department is one of our priority topics, why is that being held towards the last? Is this kind of where we just spend this time talking about other topics and leaving whatever is most important towards the end? Is that what we're talking about?
We can continue the meeting. If there's no other comments, we should continue the meeting to get to that point.
I would like to remind the public, this is a city council meeting to conduct city business with the public, not a public meeting with council. So I respectfully ask you to please, be respectful. Please let us continue with the agenda as presented. I believe, it was posted and you had to know the time, 9B, let's see.
Item 9B.
So,
Yeah.
Always, for the ones that don't have the time to be here, maybe an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, always good to look at the agenda. And the reason is because there are so important items here. And the community should be informed about all these information that is gonna be provided to all of you here present. And we understand that, that the
They're not gonna make public comment.
I would move on with the meeting.
Yes, see, this is what we're talking about according to legal counsel, this is the time to come and make a public comment. We cannot be arguing or talking or having side conversations. Please respect the order of the agenda in the meeting. So we'll move on with the agenda. The sooner we move on, the sooner you get the chance to speak. Excuse me. So we'll move over to item number 4, which is consent calendar.
So for public comment, it says any person may directly address the council agency at this time on any item on the agenda. That's what it says on your paperwork. Any
You will have an
item
opportunity
on
to
the
address-
agenda.
You will have an opportunity to speak on this when it comes up in due course. Now let's move on in normal due course. If someone has a public comment and make.
But yet, it just says the meeting starts at what time? And if you
No,
guys want to come in.
I'm just reading what they gave us for the agenda.
So at this time, we'll close public comment and we'll move on with the agenda. Thank you for your consideration.
Another point of order is that we are trying to have this meeting be as accessible as possible. And for our interpreters, if everyone's going to be speaking out of turn around the room, they're unable to interpret all the things they're unable to hear. So we do need to keep things in order.
Item number 4, consent calendar. Do we have a motion to consider the approving the consent calendar as presented? Council, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented? Yeah.
I motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember
Reynosa?
Reynosa. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Councilmember.
Councilman Reynosa?
Yes.
Councilman Verdugo?
yeah.
Councilman Hernandez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez.
Aye.
Mayor Preciado.
Aye. So let it show that it passed 5-0. Item number 5, it is mayors and council member and successor agency items for consideration. We have a special recognition for the Reef Sunset Unified School District, which is the Family Engagement Center. And I believe Mr. Lopez will present this.
Yes. All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. So we'll keep this as brief as possible. As this council is well aware, we've been working pretty closely with the school district as much as possible for the past few years. More so in the last 2 years, we've been able to work pretty extensively with the Family Engagement Center. We've been able to partner up on things like Confia twice using the middle school. They've assisted us in our Familia Nights as well here at the theater and at the Veterans Hall. And likewise, we've attended some of their meetings discussing important issues to the community. Given that it's finally kind of the summer and some of the staff is going to go on break, and there may be some staff changes as well, we thought it important to give a special recognition to the staff of the Family Engagement Center, knowing how much they've been able to contribute and strengthen the partnership between the city and the school district. So on behalf of the city and as signed by here, we have certificates of appreciation to 4 of the staff members. I believe not all of them are here, but we're still going to name them out. So the first one is being Denise Benitez. Second one would be Melanie Rano. Third would be Jenny Torres, and then Gisela Soto. I don't know who is here at the other reason. Stay for a little bit. Right, so on another note, as many of you are aware, I'm a graduate, proud graduate of the class of 2010. Miss Gisela Jimenez back then, now Soto, was an important part of shaping who I am today. And I just wanted to give her a special recognition. I have some class members here as well. Mari Larios, I know Emily's here. I don't know who else might be here, Ramiro Guzman. And we have a few other classmates here. To be able to be part of this community, to come back, to help represent and be shaping the future of our community, I have to take a moment to kind of reflect on how I got here. And a big piece of that, not all of us get a chance to thank the people who helped shape us and form us, but Ms. Soto, Ms. Jimenez is a big piece of that. I'm going to say 3 quick stories that she may not remember. End of a Christmas break, finishing grad applications or college applications. We did the UC, the Common Apps and everything. The last ones I had were MIT and Georgetown. My crush at the time as well was applying to Syracuse. Sure you remember. We were behind. Miss Soto was willing to come in on a weekend, open up the SCORE office, write up our application or our letters of recommendation, submit our applications and everything. And truth be told, not many people know this, I was actually late on my Georgetown application. It was submitted like 4 days late. I had to call them and like, hey, it's weird with the break and everything. They still accepted it. And I mean, thank God I was admitted, got a full ride. And, Ms. Soto was a big piece of that. I got in trouble later because the way I thanked you was I gave you a 6-pack of Starbucks that I stole from my sister. I got yelled at for that one. 2-3 years later, as a sophomore or junior, I got a message. Hey, are you in DC? We're taking a trip out there. And we got to see each other. I was a mentee for a summer immersion program, or maybe I was director by then already. And we got to hang out. I think you're working Huron Unified School District or Kalinga Huron Unified School District by then. And, we got to connect in DC. It was after I got to dance at the White House for President Obama. So, I think it was a special moment. It was a great dinner. And then now, for the past 2 years, being a city manager, you're working so many titles at the school district, continuing to where we left off of trying to improve and help grow our community. We've lost a few teachers like Mr. Beal, people who kind of helped shape a lot of us and imparted a lot of great wisdom. Miss Jimenez, Miss Soto, she was with us all 4 years. I think we were your first all 4 year class. So just want to extend the depth of gratitude for everything you've done, not just for the community and coming back, serving, all the many years. How many years in Avenal? More than 10. Yep. And then now still continuing to serve our community, and hopefully our paths will cross again like it always has. But I just want to say thank you. And I do have a special gift. This is on our behalf as well. My sister would get mad again. So this one's a little unique. It's a 3D printed oil derrick. So we wanted to give you something real special so you remember Avenal.
I also would like to take the opportunity to congratulate Gisela Jimenez Soto for being promoted to next school year the middle school principal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into item number 6, which is activity reports, special presentations, and also community reports. 6.1 it is Public Works, Code Enforcement, Avenal Control Department, report by Scott Davids, and I believe he's online.
Yes, he is.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, good evening. We have before you our report for May of 2025. Our code enforcement department continues to work on property abatements and graffiti. The illegal vendors have slowed down, and Lupe continues to work flex hours to address any of the problems. And he is working with Kings County Health on some multiple complaints. Our parks and landscape, we continue to maintain all of our landscape areas in town. The work is continuing on the seat walls, more commonly known as benches on Skyline Boulevard. I did speak with the inspector from Caltrans yesterday, and they are actually on schedule. Looks like they should be finishing up by the middle of July. He said July 17th is their final date, and everything is on schedule for that. They'll be continuing to pour the concrete for them, and they should start putting tiles on towards the end of next week or the beginning of the week after that. The work that they're doing on Highway 33 is just strictly mowing and getting those weeds down. That's about the lowest they've ever been mowed along 33. So there is no plans for any beautification on 33. They're just cleaning that part of it up as part of the Clean California program. Our animal control department continues to do a wonderful job out there at the shelter. The spay and neuter program for April had 15 for the public and 10 for the shelter. Intake was low last month due to an outbreak. That is now under control. Vaccination clinic has been rescheduled for June 25th of 2025. And the expansion of the shelter has started and will be completed by July 1. Streets, our city staff continues to maintain our street signs, flags, and banners. Staff continues to work with our city engineer on new street projects. The contractor for the chip seal and the cutoff has been contacted and is planning to come out this month for warranty repairs. I did get an email today that said they will be out on they have signs out already for the the traffic control that will happen during that time, and they are planning on starting. It's right now it's the 16th, but they said more realistically, they will start on the 17th. So that's next Tuesday with that. Our water distribution, we just continue to repair and maintain our distribution system. And we did get to the 16-inch main behind the prison. We did find valves that worked. And so we were able to shut that down and removed our temporary patch and welded on a permanent repair patch with that for that line. Wastewater, we continue to report monthly to our regional water control board, and we did have 6 calls for sewer plugs in April, which seems to be a little bit high, but it was about 50-50 as what was on our lines versus the citizens lines, the resident lines. And we're continuing to use our enzyme treatment for grease problems and vehicles and equipment building. We just continue to maintain our city property, vehicles and equipment, and we continue with our monthly and quarterly reporting to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Are there any questions?
Any question for Scott?
I do have some questions. It's Susana Lopez. Some of the questions that I have is probably the improvements of these sidewalks. I myself did have a accident when I went to a walk. I fell and unfortunately did have a scraped knee. So I do have still those marks. However, my question is, will there be improvements on these sidewalks, and also any paintings that we can get done for like the fire lane, the no parking, the accessible parking for disability individuals? Has that been any ideas yet?
So on the sidewalks, Ms. Lopez, we do have a problem with the soil in this little valley, and our sidewalks will actually lift up. In the last couple of weeks, we have removed some sections of our sidewalks that do that. We normally put back in aggregate road base and compact it down so that it's still a walkable surface. And then once we get enough of those that it makes it worth our while to get a contractor to come in and repair them, we will. We normally try to get a contractor by the time we have 100 to 150 linear feet of sidewalk to repair. If there is a section that is bad, if you report that to our to the office, they will do a work order. We will look at it, see if it needs to be removed, or if possibly we could just grind it and get it to where it is safer. Normally with our ADA things, we are in compliance with all ADA until, say, we reconstruct a street, and that's when we do the ADA corners on all of our sidewalk areas. So it just depends. If it is bad, please contact City Hall. They will do a work order on it, and we will get it inspected, and we will address it as necessary.
Okay, thank you. Can we please get that information provided on the chat so we can have that available?
I'm sure somebody can take care of that.
Okay, as in
that's
like the
on
phone
my-
number and the individual, so we can then submit those tickets. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll post
You're
it.
welcome.
Thank you. Tony will post it on. Is there any other question for Scott from City Council?
Hey, Scott, any updates on the shades for Pocket Park next to boxing club?
Yes, we do have the extensions for the poles. I have not had the time to get them put on the poles, and then we need to take measurements for the shades. And so we're hoping to get that done within the next month or so. It is still in the works. And so we're doing the best we can with all the other projects we have going, but we do have the extensions. We need to extend the poles higher because there is a rule on playgrounds that the shades have to be I believe it was 5 feet above the highest deck that can be stood on in the play system itself. And so some of the poles needed to be extended by 2.5 feet, and the other poles with the larger playground equipment had to be extended 3.5 feet. We need to get those installed and then take measurements for our shades.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
See no other questions. Thank you for your report, Scott.
Thank you.
With that, we move over to 1A, and that is City Engineers Activity Report. Javier Andrade from A&M Consulting.
I had a question. Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Scott, if there was if there was a possibility to take a look at going down San Joaquin Street at night, if you guys have, you guys drive around town, but adding additional lighting to some of the corners. Because sometimes as you drive down, some of the corners are very dark, and I've seen it where it's too dark where you can't even see the pedestrians on some of those corners. So there's a possibility, or have you guys ever discussed that, to adding additional light to San Joaquin?
Tony, do you have a?
Yeah, so hopefully everyone heard that about adding more lighting down San Joaquin, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's definitely been something that we're looking into, how to have solar lights. We've explored it through PG&E, and even 1 to 2 poles is like about 40,000 due to all the infrastructure and the conduits and such. So we're looking at solar lights and trying to plot out a plan of where the most needs are based on priorities and the funding we would have. That is one of the things that we're hoping to continue working with the community on what areas have most need, and then kind of move forward from there.
You see it on the community now where there's a lot more people walking around in the evening, or there's more people out, there's more traffic going down San Joaquin now, with the increase of population here in town. I know it's not a lot, but it's still a significant amount. And, you can see San Joaquin is more traveled down. And so it'd be gratefully appreciated if they would add more lighting. I think it would benefit all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. And it is in the planning. It is in the planning.
Absolutely.
So Javier, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, Javier, is this thing on?
Yeah, just bring it closer.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so Javier Andrade, I'm the city engineer for the city of Avenal. Today I'll just go over updates only on the community center. We have a lot of projects, over 20 projects, but since it's a special meeting, I don't want to hold everybody up. So we'll just talk about the most important one right now. Community center building that's under construction right now. Go ahead to the next slide. So I just wanted to share some pictures of some of the work that's been done. We've completed the roof plumbing and roof electrical, underground electrical conduits inside the building. Right here, you can see all the plumbing being set up for the restrooms and showers of the community center inside. Go to the next slide. Here's some more pictures of the bathroom areas and kitchen areas. So we started installing the conduits outside of the community center to connect the PG&E.
Might ask them, because they left that discussion to us. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So right here, you can see kind of some of the conduits that are being unloaded. These are all to provide power to the community center. Just last week, we had our inspection for PG&E, and we had, which is the first phase of inspecting the conduits and bringing in power from the transformer to the building. So here they are unloading. Here they are installed. So it's a lot of of a conduit being installed. It's a lot of electrical that the building's gonna need. But yeah, I just want to share some of the work that's going into that. This is recently completed and inspected. This is the section that has passed recently to the transformer. Yeah, so it's ongoing. I have a schedule coming up too that I'll share with you guys. But now that pretty much we plan on completing before the end of this year, as we talked about before. So I have a schedule coming up that I'll talk about, and for that, we're starting to look, we've been working with city manager to look at some of the operating expenses and some of the things we'll need day one opening January 1st, if that's the goal. And I can go over those now. So some estimated costs, we went back of the envelope and calculated how much it would cost for our square footage for the building, for electrical, for gas, for sewer, water, everything is combined here. And the math is broken down, but essentially for utilities, we're looking at an annual cost of $97,000. Staffing, we're assuming around one full-time facility coordinator, with benefits and a few on-call seasonal labor to run the facility. Staffing costs around $150,000 a year. Janitorial contract, if we don't have a full-time janitor, working and cleaning the gym and the showers, all the facilities. We're estimating at $30,000 a year. Routine maintenance, regular HVAC, resurfacing the courts for the basketball, kitchen hood servicing because we have a professional kitchen. And all of that. $13,000. Insurance and professional services for, so property insurance, general liability insurance, all of that ends up being $14,000 a year. IT, security, cameras, Wi-Fi, and software, maybe a membership platform that we could probably consider for the gym part of it. That one will cost around $5,000 a year. So, and always you want to put a 1% replacement cost for anything that kind of breaks down and you start replacing per year. So that's $50,000 a year. So we're looking, and I cut it down to like the basic just to operate the center and nothing special. It's going to be around $358,000 a year, estimated year after year. So, and that'll be starting January 1st. So now we can look at the schedule right here. You can kind of see from the foundation slab starting next month, which would be covering all the existing utilities that have been put on underneath the ground. We're starting the framing in August. That'll be all the structural metal framing indoors for the 2 stories. And then a ceiling envelope pretty much puts us right at the end of December for substantial completion and ready for occupancy. And that's all I got for today.
Yeah. So after December, you still have to wait for PG&E to come and hook up to the
They told us the biggest thing would be the delivery of the big electrical panel, which is that one is going to be about 3 months delivery time from now. So it's not going to carry over too far into after completion, and so that'll get installed and inspected by then. So we should be good. We do have a generator that we're going to install outside of the facility, so it is possible we could run on that. But yeah, we should be good with PG&E.
Any question for
No. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. I have a question regarding this. Go ahead.
You want to hold up? Hold up.
I just wanted to make a comment on that. If that presentation could be made available to the public
Sure.
and insert into the packet, please. Thank you.
With that, we'll go into item number 2, which is a IT department activity report by Humberto Bermudez, IT director.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. I will try to keep this brief. So the ISP negotiations have been on hold while we're continuing through the police IT migration over from Kings County IT services to our own in-house services. For our phones, first and foremost, I would like to apologize for the community, for anyone who has tried calling the 386-4444 number to reach records for the police department. These are the issues that we've been dealing with for a better part of about 2 months now. However, I do have a confirmed date of June 16th to have these issues. Unfortunate in this case, but we do have a due port date of June 16th to have our 4444 number back online. This will ease up the load on the Kings County dispatch services on our end, and we will be back to regular services on that as well. 4447 fax number is confirmed to be ported as well. Unfortunately, we do not have a determined date for that. Final plans for the outdoor dispatch phone is to commence shortly after. For our emails, we're going to continue as is. The shared inboxes are to be converted along with the website design over from any addresses that are ending in .com or .us over to .gov. And the avenalpd.gov emails are now active as well, and legacy inboxes are to be ported over. We are about halfway through on that end. For our services, City IT continues making progress on establishing the in-house police IT services, and we will be ready by the end of the month. IT and utilities have been discussing working with RACO again for a second alarm agent service at the water treatment plant. The electrical setup is to be finalized by staff by the end of the month. The reason for this is because like with many of the other phone services that we're dealing with right now, plain old telephone system, the copper lines that have effectively powered American landline phones over the better part of 70 years now are now in order to keep these maintenance and documentation reporting, and on other minor projects, the website design is continuing as rescheduled. IT staff has been working with the new Civic Plus project manager. They have been doing an excellent job with the changes or the revisions that we've been asking for. Fortunately, it's very light on our end on IT staff's workload. So it's been a good 3-4 months working into this project, and it's been very hands off on our end, fortunately. So we've been able to focus on the IT or on the police IT migration on that end. The IT manager continues to was able to aid in planning of Old Timers Day. We are still continuing to maintain the digital signage for RSUSD and Kings County Behavioral Health. I understand we had some concerns about the brightness of the sign during early hours of the day, or rather during very early hours of the day, late hours of the night. So I did take the chance to go ahead and readjust said brightness level so that way they're not blinding when you're driving into town. So I do recognize that, and we have addressed that. And we are still continuing to maintain the city website and provide tech support across all facilities. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation.
See no other question from council. Thank you for that report, Humberto.
Absolutely.
And with that, we'll go over into item 6.3 as a Recreation Department activity. Ana Lara, Community Activities Senior Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Unfortunately, Ana Lara is off today, and we did not get a report submitted in time, but I do just want to present to the council and to the community just our upcoming events, and you will see these flyers in your utility bill as well. We did have to reschedule the drive up pet vaccination clinic, but it will be Wednesday, June 25th, outside of Veterans Hall off of First Avenue. June 25th, 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. They are low cost. I would recommend showing up early, lining up, but it should go pretty quickly. Other two quick notices. We do have a notice from Kings County regarding the cutoff road closure for reconstruction. The map will be sent out to the community. We've shared this on social media. We do expect it, according to the county, to take about approximately 3 months, starting June 16th, so next week. And then we do want to invite all of the community to our 2025 fireworks celebration, our Independence Day show. So it'll be Saturday, June 28th, starting around 6 p.m. We usually won't have the fireworks until it gets a little much darker, closer to 8 or 9. We will have a lot of activities, water slides, water maze shootout, more water games, and we will have some live music as well. So we hope to see all the community out. This year it is at Rice Park, as we're currently doing rehab maintenance to the sports complex. It might be ready in time, but just to be safe, we're keeping it at Rice Park. So that would be the basics of this report.
Can you give a little update on the skate park? There was some work being done to it.
Yeah, so about a few weeks ago, we did have a consultant come out and try to do some improvements in order to kind of make it a bit more easier for novices to be able to use some of the features at the skate park. We are planning to have an event to kind of do an opening or reopening of that feature sometime in July. I don't have the exact date yet. Might be July 8th or the following weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So we will have more information for the community later on.
Can you also give an update on the sport complex? Work being done there too?
Yeah, so for the past month, we've been working again with outside help to kind of work on the gopher and squirrel problem, given that it's been due to a lot of holes throughout the fields, caused a lot of safety issues. I am happy to report, and I'm sure Scott can also chime in on it, that we have been able to see a huge reduction in the pest and rodent issue. And we are working to kind of level out the fields. We are watering the grass, and it seems to be coming back real nice. Half of the field is almost ready. The other half, they're still doing some work on it. With help from our contract city engineer, Javier Andrade, we also have plans to mark up for soccer and football fields. And likewise, we have some plans of how to rehab the baseball diamonds. The timeline on those, we're still working on depending on the budget, but we do believe that we'll be able to open it back to the public within the next month or so.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go over into 6B, and that is a special presentation of reports, and we have none. Item number 7, public hearings, we have none. Item number 8, all business, we do have a SRO agreement, and I believe you can give an update or any information on that one.
Yes. So in terms of that item, we've kind of kept it going to kind of give any updates regarding our partnership with the school district. I am happy to report that we are working pretty closely with the superintendent and his team to kind of work on a more formal partnership regarding use of their public spaces and the city's public spaces, just to kind of have a more mutually agreeable terms. If they need to use something, we need to use something, we're able to do so a little more easily. We are looking to we've presented a proposal for after-school programming utilizing city spaces such as the recreation center, such as the Veterans Hall, Scout House, and our sports complex. Hence the big push to getting all these facilities back up and going. We're waiting to kind of hear back. I know they just got through graduations and the end of the school year, so we'll be kind of touching base next week. We do have a meeting. And the other item that we're working on together and hoping to announce soon is public hours at the Avenal High School pool.
Thank you. That one is it open right now, correct?
It is
The swimming
open, but
pool?
not to the public yet. It's only for their school programs and classes. We're working to see how we can reimburse this district for the lifeguards and how we can advertise it to the community, potentially selling concessions as well, just to kind of recoup some of the costs that would be.
And how long would that take so the community can take advantage of using that pool
I'm hoping we can have something announced next week.
next week?
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. We're just trying to come to terms about availability of the lifeguards and what hours we would be opening it for the public.
Thank you for that information. With that, we'll go into item number 9, which is 9A. It is to consider engaging Avenal and Channel LLP for financial audit services for fiscal year 2022-2023, and this will include a resolution, but also believe we have them online. We're gonna present
So
these.
Griselda is here. She'll present this item, and then we also have Josh from Price Page and Company who can also answer any questions.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Just for the record, my name is Griselda Price. I am the Director of Administrative Services. And I bring to you to consider engaging to an agreement with the VLF for our financial audit services for fiscal years ending in 23 through 2026-27. So for the past 5 years, the city's financial audits were conducted by Sotomayor and Associates CPA. With their conclusion of their engagement, the city is required to retain a new independent auditor for the current fiscal year. City staff recommends entering into a professional service agreement with VLF to perform the financial audits for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. This recommendation comes after working with Price Page and Company and the city financial consultants who have begun working with VLF on other audit preparations and recommend their services. Per the engagement letter, VLF will begin work as soon as August 20 of this year, or possibly even sooner, with the goal obviously completing the first audit within the first 3 months, then helping the city catch up and remain current with all of the annual financial reporting requirements. Services include the basic financial audits, single audits when applicable, and the GAM limit review. The proposed fee for the fiscal audit for fiscal audit 23 is 49,100, which with a multi-year outlined in the engagement letter. So staff recommends that we enter into agreement and authorize the city manager to execute any agreement with VLF for the current fiscal year and all the way up to 2023 and 26-27 audit services, and to direct staff to work with VLF to initiate audit fieldwork no later than August 2025. And as stated by the city manager, Josh Boyza, who is our consultant through Price and Page, can answer any questions if the public has any.
Any questions from council, discussion regarding this item, or
I have one question.
go ahead?
I know Press Page recommended these people, but did we go out and look around any RFPs? Other entities that might be able to do this for maybe cheaper price or even better? I don't know why. I know Price Page did recommended them, but did we go out and look for other entities to maybe do this?
I can answer that before I let Mr. Goiza answer. We did send out RFPs and we got no response. Unfortunately, a lot of the auditing companies that we've spoken to are either overbooked or they're no longer auditing government agencies. But I know that also through Price and Page, they've also done some of the field work. So if Mr. Goiza can collaborate a little bit on that.
Go ahead, Josh.
Hi, let's say good evening, council. Thank you for opportunity meeting. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it today, but I'm grateful you have a Zoom option. So yeah, appreciate that. In regard to the auditors, just to piggyback off of what Griselda has said, is the city did go out went out to bid. I want to say a couple years ago, and didn't get any hits. Sotomayor did finish out their contract and they wanted to continue, but because of some of the challenges we had getting the audits completed in a timely manner, we discussed with the city manager and Griselda and thought that the best decision was to move forward with the new auditor. That's part one. Part two is that time is of the essence here. We understand that the city is 2 years now behind on their audits, and it is the utmost importance that the city does get caught up. And so another RFP process to go out could take another 2 months at least to even well, we got to prepare it, we got to put it out onto CSMFO, other websites, and it could take a long time to really get more responses and go through that whole process. I have worked, I do not have I want to say a strong working relationship. I do believe that independence is very important for the auditor. And I do feel it is best that when when we work with an auditor, that they come in with a fresh set of eyes and without any strong relationship with either my team or the cities, which will allow them to come in and again, do a thorough audit, if there's whatever internal control findings exist, that they give those findings and really just perform a strong audit. Our relationship right now with VLF we've worked with them on one audit. It's actually in a city not far away from Avenal, and so far our experience has been great. But we still don't have that relationship where we feel like they're going to cut us a break, if that makes sense. As far as the fee goes, and just to finish that thought, and so by going with this firm who was offered to come in, it allows us actually to expedite the audit process, right? And I think that is the most critical part of this process. Whether it's this firm or another firm, they're all beholden to 2 layers of standards. First, generally accepted auditing standards, as well as government auditing standards. Every single firm has a peer review. And, and again, my experience is that this firm itself does a very good, thorough audit. In regard to the fee, the $49,100, I believe, is actually a very good fee. And I think it did match Sotomayor's fee, and that's one of the things he wanted to look at. What I can tell you is that audit fees over the last 5 years, where I'm an auditor myself, the market has shrunk substantially, and the fees have gone up substantially. So I want to say just in the last 5 years, our fees have gone up probably 25–30% on audit. So the fee that this firm is offering is I believe a very solid fee. It does include single audit, and which I believe the city will likely have in 23 as well as possibly 24. So hopefully that answered your question. Yeah, again, time is of the essence. This is the fastest and best way to get an auditor in to perform these duties.
Hey, Josh, just before passing it back, you and I talked about kind of the timeline for the 23 and the 24 audit. What you think those will be completed?
Absolutely. So we've got a full team on our end, and there I think I got 3 or possibly 4 staff committed to getting the audits prepared, or getting the trial balance and the city's books prepared for the audit. We're really close to finalizing 23. We are certain that we will have that ready by the end of July, which will allow this new auditor to come in and start, hopefully, if not even at the end of July, at the beginning of August. Subsequently, we have a plan in place to finalize our audit preparation by November, possibly October of 24. Now, as far as I will have to communicate with the auditor to see, because that is kind of the busy season, to see how they can fit the city in. I spoke to him today about it, and he's like, hey, we'll make it work. So our goal, and I want us to be held accountable to this, is to have the 23 audit done by September or October at the latest, and the 24 audit done, if not by the end of the year, shortly thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
And one other thing I can add, since Mayor Pro Tem Gomez and I both serve on the KCO board and we're on the finance committee, KCO uses Hudson and Company, and I believe we just approved an engagement letter for an additional 3 years, and it was at 65,000. So the price is reasonable. Yeah, that too.
Taking care of since 2023.
Yes.
It's very reasonable.
I just would like to attest that pricing page is a very, very it's probably one of the top 3 audits firms in our area. And I know they've been working very closely with the city, helping, pushing Sotomayor to finish the audits and helping them, our staff personnel, finances, get this through. It is very, very important for the city to cut up their audits. And it looks like we're going in the right direction if we can cut up by the end of this year. That would be excellent. So, are there any questions or comments?
Just to make it clear, Sotomayor we finished the contract with them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Because they did finish whatever they were finishing in.
Yes, so they finished the last audit, which was in fiscal year ending 2022.
So is there any other questions? I will ask if there's a motion to approve resolution 2025-31.
So moved.
We have a motion by Councilmember Verdugo. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Mrs. Gomez. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa?
Yeah.
Councilman Verdugo?
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Preciado?
Yes, for the record, resolution 2025-31 passed by a vote of 5-0. Thank you. With that, we'll go into item number 9B, and that is to consider entering into a fire service agreement with Kings County Fire Department for an additional 3 years. And but before we presented this, I would like to let our legal counsel to please make an announcement. I believe there was some information that is fairly new to council and haven't been shared to the community yet.
Honorable Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Council, and ladies and gentlemen of Avenal, thank you very much for your patience. Brief announcements. The county sent to our city hall a new updated version of a proposed fire services contract late yesterday evening. Unfortunately, city attorney has not had a chance to yet analyze that. We recommend that this council table the fire services contract so that the office of the city attorney can analyze the new draft of the fire services contract that was sent just last night and compare it to the prior version. It is also recommended that the council not take any action on the new fire services contract until the office of the city attorney can provide an analysis opinion on it. City Attorney Moses Diaz, as council is aware, is currently out of state and asks that the city council table and not take any substantive action on the fire services contract outside of hearing public input from the community until we are able to provide an analysis of the new proposed agreement. Additionally, to comply with the spirit of the Brown Act, it is additionally recommended that the matter be tabled on independent grounds so that the public can have an opportunity to review the agreement at least 72 hours before the council meeting where it shall be considered. Again, city attorney is the attorney primarily. He is also reviewing a property tax issue in regard to the fire services provided by the county.
Thank you. And did you have a comment, Supervisor Valle?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor. One, that's disappointing to hear that announcement right now, but I do want to backtrack a little bit because when you were trying to start the meeting, right, it's your job as a mayor to control the people in the room, to set order, and if you can't set the order, that's why you have that gavel there. It's not your city council's, your city attorney's job to talk to the people in a tone of voice and bark at them as he did earlier. So I know if my county lawyer did that in a board meeting, I'd shut that kind of talk down real quick. So Mr. Mayor, this is your show, but as long as I'm around, I hope to never hear your attorney talk to the people that we represent when you tell them like that again. Mr. Mayor, I'd have a lot more respect for the attorney if at some point he apologizes to the people. That being said, what I can't wrap my hands around, for full transparency for everyone, is that there's only two changes to that contract. One, removes any month-to-month language in the contract that was sent to your city manager a week ago. And two, it changes the language of the 90-day termination clause to a 6-month termination clause. Now, that's the only two changes. Now, your attorney can do his job right now and answer this question for the people. You have a contract in front of you, all right, through negotiations going back and forth. By the way, thank you, Mr. Lopez, for your multiple trips to the county and working with our staff. I want to thank you in front of the people we represent, because you were going back and forth and you guys brought this contract here to the people today. So, Mr. Attorney, the question is, per formalities and proper procedure, any council member could have made a motion tonight to amend the contract on those changes that you have. Any council member, right, could have made a motion to say, I would make a motion to amend the 90 days to 6 months and to amend and delete any language of month to month in the contract, to delete it. And if that council member got a second and it went to vote, that could have been done tonight. That's proper procedure. And so for transparency, I would like your attorney to respond to that, because I believe that's appropriate. And if that's appropriate, then why is there a need to table this item again? There's no need to that. Let's get to it. Thank you.
If I may speak to that, just very clearly, the city attorney Moses Diaz is the attorney that's primarily handling the matter. I'm his deputy. I'm simply sitting here, stepping in because he is out for a pre-planned family vacation that has been announced. So, and again, and
Can you answer the question though on proper procedure on whether a council member could have made a motion tonight to amend the contract?
I don't think we can, I'm not prepared to make a analysis.
That's simple.
That's simple.
So, Mr. Mayor,
You see what's happening?
yeah,
Please.
So, Mr. Mayor, all I'm gonna say is that.
Getting out of order.
So, Mr. Mayor, all I'm gonna say is that we do that at the county all the time. Our CAO is here, our chairman of the board. He'll tell you that's what discussion is about. That's what motions are about. You could amend. And so, again, I'm not seeing the reason to delay on that, Mr. Mayor.
You know, when we cannot have side conversations, Richard. This is, please, we're still in negotiations, right? Every time that something has to amend the contract during negotiations, then that stops automatically and we have to review and open it to the public for transparency. So they have an opportunity to see the changes, and there's a lot of people in the community that are not here. They haven't had the opportunity to hear you or me or the legal counsel about the changes, about the amendments. So for transparency, we want to give the opportunity for the whole community to take a look at the amendments, the changes, and then if possible, make a public comment on it. That's why we're making the decision to table this item.
Okay.
Because who made the changes? Who authorized the changes, the amendments?
From listening to
We-
the people, I'm answering your question. From listening to the tremendous feedback from the people at the last council meeting, our CAO wanted to be helpful, and she can speak for her own, but she wanted to be helpful. She called your city manager yesterday to offer him, here's a plan B, just in case a council member makes a motion for these amendments, that you have them. Okay, and that's all. The rest of the business on that call, I won't say, but she could come speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So that explains.
So I have a couple of questions. After our meeting on Monday. Is that better? Okay. After our meeting on Monday, I believe the Brown Act was violated, wasn't it? Because there was more than There was 3 or more people of the council there, and I believe you got to discuss it, right? It was also brought to the community's attention that nothing was ever voted on by council. And you had Tony go ahead and work behind the scenes to start this. Talking to you and Tony after Monday night, who's really the mayor of this town? Because just like we've seen ourselves, Tony's telling you what to do, and you're doing it. When it comes to this fire department, you have put this community at high risk, talking about, and you told me personally, it was a part of the plan to get the money lowered so we could afford it. But yet they're still planning, and that came from both of their mouths, they're still planning to cancel this contract if it's voted on after 6 months, 3 months, 30 days, whatever it is, and getting rid of the fire department here of Avenal and starting a volunteer program that is not going to happen here. It's going to put every homeowner at risk. It's going to put every citizen here at risk. And God forbid anything happens to your family members and it takes 45, 90 minutes for them to get there when it's already too late. The council here, and I'm not saying all council members, but I would say 80% of the council members here have violated the Brown Act more than one time. And it needs to be brought to the grand jury's attention, and it needs to be investigated.
So, before we go into public comment, we're gonna take action regarding, tabling this item. So, this time I will ask, and then we'll get to order. So, at this time, we're asking, council to make a motion to table this item for transparency.
Just
Transparency,
hear me out.
transparency.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
I do
Is it-
want to comment that there's no such thing as transparency. As we can see, you have been avoiding hearing the comments that our community has and their concerns. So I do appreciate if you do yourself have some transparency.
Yep.
After, I know I've had a lot of discussions with quite a few people and even Mr. Valle there, and I've been sitting the last couple of days reviewing a lot of this and going over and over this contract. I also have some other concerns about this contract and language that I might want to be put into this contract to better safeguard our community. And that's another, one of the reasons. There's still some questions that I, after reading it over and over and over, and there is some changes that probably need to be done still to it, to this contract. And I don't feel some of it still leaves us a little vulnerable, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to leave ourselves vulnerable, even with our own fire department being here. So that's another reason why we need to table this, because there's language that needs to be changed other than the ones that were said here. So that said, I move to we table this for further discussion on language and amending and adding language to this contract.
So we have a motion to table this item. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilmember Reynosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Verdugo.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Yes, for the record, let it show that it passed 5-0. So we're tabling this item until next council meeting. Now we'll give the opportunity to the public to comment on this item. I just would like to ask you to be respectful to each other. And also, some of those accusations are false, and we're gonna make ourselves accountable You know, I don't see how people can really talk without knowing the facts about what is really happening in the city.
Transparency.
When, let me finish. No, there's no side conversation. See what is happening? There is no side conversation. You will have the opportunity to come and keep your comments, each one of you. But
You are
please,
there to support your city, and I'm
hey,
sorry.
somebody, please stop talking over people. That's not nice. We're running a city business. So I believe we will continue with public comments. And one thing I'm gonna tell everyone, we are a city council. We're not here to take orders or be dictating what the agenda is gonna run like. So we have legal counsel who gives recommendation to city council to keep us out of trouble. And you know, we need to follow the protocol and respectfully, please do the same.
Richard Valle? I'm sorry, hello? Order in the room, please. Thank you very much. I'm gonna do the public comment cards and I'm gonna read them as I have them. And please come up and do your statements. And I would greatly appreciate it. So the first person on I have is Richard Valle, and it's,
He left.
okay. Next person? Yes,
Oh, he's behind me. Oh, I'm already here, Angie.
sorry, it's as the order.
Huh? Oh, you want to give me him first?
Hey, good evening. My name is Doug Verbone. I'm chairman of the board for the Kings County Board of Supervisors. So we'll let the people know that all negotiations were done by our side first. We reached out to City Manager Anthony Lopez, asked him to meet us 2 times. We try to be accommodating. We gave our staff authority to negotiate without talking to us, because we know she was capable of getting it done. We want to make sure that the citizens of Avenal are protected at all costs. We reduced our rate. We reduced our administration fee just to get this done. And I think back when COVID hit, and we had a city council that didn't listen to our board. They are no longer our city council. And I advise you guys work for the people. All 5 of you work for the people. He worked for you. You don't work for him. Moses, I don't know where you got your degree. And Anthony, you got awarded or got thanked for your degree tonight. And you have a lot of citizens here are upset, and we're just trying to make them calm and reduce the friction in your community. So what I'm going to do, go home on a Tuesday on my board, I'm going to address my board that no more negotiations until you start reaching out to us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I will say this, okay? 'Cause I'm gonna respect protocol and procedure. You had a motion, you had a second, you had a full majority of the council to table it. And I'm gonna respect that, especially since it was made by Councilman Verdugo, who I want the public to know has been one of the most transparent elected officials. And since I left here 3 weeks ago, always took my phone calls, responded back, so we could get to the point where we are tonight. So, and I did speak to 4 out of 5 of you. And the only council member that I didn't reach out to, I just didn't have Council Member Gamaz's phone number. I hope to have it here, but everyone else we talked to, we had good talks. Councilman Reynoso, thank you for your time. Councilmember Hernandez, we talked at length about your love for your seniors and that senior center and the safety levels that these county firefighters provide to the seniors that you care about. And Mr. Mayor, you and I had some down in the dirt, heart to heart talks, and I appreciate that. And so I do thank you for that. So I'll respect your motion tonight as it was portrayed that we are going to open negotiations. You can see it's going to be tough because my chairman isn't too happy right now, but that's negotiation. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna call you first thing in the morning. I hope that you would take my phone call so we could, see, what those concerns are and start moving. But I could tell you that, this lady right here, Carria Martinez, Carria, raise your hand, our CAO, she is busted her butt. She's a wife, she's a mother, she's the top of the chain of command at the county that the Board of Supervisors appointed, and she has got a lot of duties, and she's dropped a lot of what she's doing to work with your city manager, our attorneys, to get in print what you have today. And so if you feel we can make things better, an even better contract, a more safer contract, then I'm opening to hear that, and I'll call you first thing in the morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Dalila Barajas.
I don't want to be disrespectful. Unfortunately, in a situation like this, it's very hard not to be, especially because, as you can see, there's a lot of passion in everybody in here about what you guys are doing, okay? That's number one. So don't take what I say personally, because I don't know you that way to have anything personal against you. But I will say the following. Your tactic to stall are corrupt, and we see right through you. The city is lighting a fire in the community with its decisions, and it's up to the citizens to put it out. I'm looking for my speech. Give me a chance here. I know they probably will cut me off. That's okay. You have violated the trust of the citizens of Avenal and created the perception that you, the city manager, city mayor, and most of the city council are prioritizing your own interest over the general welfare of the citizens of Avenal. I'm calling on all citizens of Avenal to support the recall of mayor and all city council members who are against the fire department, leading to the eventual removal of our city manager. We, the citizens, have lost all faith in your ability to make the right decisions for our well-being. Please, everybody, look at my face. Look for me on Facebook, because I'm gonna get this one started for citizens. I will reach out to you once I have the proper paperwork from the elections department to get your signatures. Today is the last time that the city council, mayor, and city manager will impose their will and continue to manipulate the citizens of Avenal. God mark my word.
Ted Wolf.
My name is Ted Welk, and I take no pleasure in any of this. At our community meeting on Monday, Mr. Elias Cabrera said, we need to give the city the benefit of the doubt. I can't give the city the benefit of the doubt after seeing what's gone on today. We're talking about protocol and procedure. Item 3, public comment. Any person may directly address the council at this time on any item on the agenda. And the city attorney says, no, it's not on the agenda. That's simply not true. We're here for over 2 hours, waiting patiently. It says 5:15. Seniors, children, people who haven't had dinner yet, patiently waiting. And then, Mr. Mayor, to say that don't leave until the meeting's over, out of respect, sir, we're free to come and go as we please, are we not? I don't understand. And I can't understand. I feel like The council is trying to provoke us. To say we don't have the money to support Kings County Fire Department and then show a presentation about the community rec center and say it's gonna cost $350,000 a year to run? But we don't have enough money for Kings County Fire? We're supposed to listen to this? I don't understand. I don't understand, sir. I'm trying so hard to understand, but I don't understand. We want to trust you. We want to believe you. We voted for you so that you would represent the interests of our community. And we don't see it. You're destroying the trust we have in you tonight before our very eyes. We want to believe. We want you to do what is right for the community. We want you to represent our interests. And this is absolutely not happening. We had at least 100 people at the community meeting on Monday. If that was in Fresno with the same population, that would have been over 6,000 people. If that was in Los Angeles, that would have been over 40,000 people. I'm not sure. You keep saying we want to hear what you think. What more do we need to say? How can we say it? Do we need 1,000 people marching down Skyline Avenue? Do we need 5,000 people? The people have spoken clearly, and we expect you to represent us. And I consider myself an Avenalian. I really do. We've been here long enough. I consider us that. And I've been very proud of my city, but I have to say tonight, I am ashamed. And I hate to say it. So thank you for your time.
Elías Cabrera.
City council, city manager. And first of all, to the city clerk, I'd like to make sure that this gets put into the notes for the meeting. And it's a definition of transparency. Okay, and it's not to degrade anybody, but it's to bring it to the forefront as to what that word means. Okay, so transparency, based on the definition provided by Merriam and Webster, is number one, is free from pretense or deceit. Number two, easily detected or seen through, which makes something obvious. Three, is readily understood. And four, is characterized by visibility or accessibility of information, especially concerning business practices. And it's very, very unfortunate that based on what the citizens of Avenal have to say in regards to this project, is that those definitions have not been met nor understood by council or by the city manager at this very point in time. Now, I will get into the contract that was presented in the packet for this agenda or in the agenda, even though that we now know that there's another newly revised contract. But I want to take something into account. And this is off of the letter that was provided by our city manager to the city council and to the mayor. In the fourth paragraph, there's a word that is used that is said to be essentially, right? The contract that we received is essentially the same agreement and in the same format as in prior years. The new contract that was discussed just a few minutes ago, in my eyes, is essentially the same agreement, right? If we're using the essence of the word essential. Okay. Number two, we know that discussion has been brought forth in regards to the exit clause, right? I've dealt with many, many contracts in the past, and I would not advise to sign a contract without an exit clause, right? And a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day exit clause is normal. But unfortunately, because we have lost all faith in the proceedings of this volunteer fire department, the citizens of Avenal do not feel comfortable with an exit clause. because the trust has been broken.
Mr. Cabrera, your time is up.
Lastly, and because I feel that
Next
there's
is
other
Mrs.
members
Teresa Pierre.
of the community. And thank you, Angie, but I was gonna finish up anyways.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I had more to say, but because there are other members of the community that want to express their feelings, and I do believe that this is an emotional moment at this point in time now, we can discuss the details at a later moment. And I request, like I've already talked to Mayor Preciado before the meeting started, that they offer me time to come into the city and discuss the contract by a concerned citizen where we can sketch the emotion and get down to the real numbers and the real cause or want for a volunteer fire department.
Okay, I know my time is running. I was going to eat up all of my 3 minutes anyway. Another waste of my breath, I hope not. Council members, I wish it was a good evening. My name is Teresa Pierre. I am one of the many disappointed and disgusted residents of Avenal. 3 minutes, another 3 minutes to try and get you to listen, understand, to see the community you are supposed to be representing, supposed to be working for, supposed to be the voice of. Some of you just don't want to do the job you were elected to do. I choose the remainder of my time for reflection. City Council, look up. Look up, Mr. Anthony. Look up. Look at the faces of the community, the faces of the people that put you there. And at the end of my 3 minutes, ask yourself, am I working for the people who trusted me to do so? Or am I working for the city manager? If you cannot use your vote to represent the people, then we, the people, respectfully request your resignation, immediately effective, because you have no business being up there if you can't represent the people. Thank you for my time. I've got 28 seconds. Thank you for wasting 2 hours of my time and making my grandbabies sit here through your nonsense. It's disgusting. The way you are running this city, the way you are treating its people and its community. I got 13 more seconds. I also had planned on not talking so harshly because it's been brought to my attention that I can sound kind of ugly. So thank you. You guys have a good evening.
David Price. David Price. David Price.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm going to speak on this tonight because I don't know if this meeting's going to continue to get sandbagged for 4 or 5 more city council meetings, but my name is David Price, and I come here as a registered nurse of 18 years who has dealt with my fair share of medical emergencies. Unfortunately, I know firsthand how poor outcomes happen to some patients who receive poor pre-hospital care. This is why cities and communities throughout the United States and the world have trained professional first responders. If an all-volunteer fire department was the ideal model, every community in this world would go that route. However, they do not, because it is neither the perfect model nor is it safe. Consider and replace a professional fire department that has served this community for many, many years is knowingly placing your community at risk of significant harm or even death. Please remember that you're not voting to change the company that picks up the trash. You're voting to potentially remove a critical public safety agency. Thank you.
Frank Lopez.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to come and thank everybody on the council for not acting like gods, for taking their time. Obviously, this has really brought up a lot of passion into the community about what's going on. It's great that people are focused on this, but I also think that you guys are doing the right step in tabling this to really think about this, because you need to have common sense if you're going to make a big change, especially if you're a business or if your rent was doubled, which is what the county is doing with this fire contract. They're doubling it. What do you do? What do you do when your rent goes up? You either look to buy or you look to change or look for your options. Everybody knows that. This is not a rich community. We don't just have money to give to the county. They haven't always been with their services the most perfect. We're always challenged in that. We're far out here. We know that. And I appreciate that the council is focused on the financials of this and the safety. Mr. Verdugo has always, even earlier, mentioned how much is this going to cost? Did we go out to bid? Did we figure this out? That's what a common sense city council member and member of the community does. So I just want to add that, that means that we care about what all the community is enduring, either in property taxes, in taxes just around the city. We can't just give a blank check to the county without what services we're going to get. And in that contract, if people read it, there's no change to the service. There's still only 2 firefighters. Our city's growing. We just added 120 something houses. So we need to think about, do we need more? Or is the county over time going to continue to raise the price? In 4 years, when this contract that was set up, it'll probably be 2 million. And we're going to be, okay, we're good with it. Thank you. It is worth it. And it's worth also exploring all the options. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you guys already had your time to comment, please. Respect everybody's time. Sheila Verdugo, come up to the podium, please.
Really sticky here, I don't know. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So a lot of stuff's going on, being said, and it's frustrating, and we use that word transparency, and I used to love that word, right? Because we're transparent, we listen, and we know what's happening, and now that word is so ugly and it's disgusting. It's disgusting that you keep saying you're transparent and you're not. Behind closed doors, you're doing these things not in this open public setting. You are doing this behind closed doors. How the lawyers sit there and know what's going on and they don't say anything. They don't protect us. Well, they're supposed to protect you, obviously, right? So, accountability should be starting now. This isn't just a poor planning. It's a deliberate betrayal of your people, of the people that you're serving. The city is rushing to eliminate proven fire protection system without a single trained firefighter, without a single fire truck, without a single working department to replace it. That's not policy, it's negligence. Even worse, this was done in the dark, like I said, behind closed doors without the people knowing. There were no public hearings, no community outreach, no one to vote. Residents found out only after the damage had begun. That's not transparency, that's deception. And while all of this was happening, the city manager was asking for raises, a raise while cutting life-saving services, changing titles, giving more to the people that are his closest friends at that city. This isn't leadership, it's dangerous abuse of power. It's the city manager. If the city manager is willing to gamble with our safety for a paycheck or political control, he should be removed from the office immediately. We, the people of Avenal, demand an immediate halt to the fire department transition, full transparency, public hearings, and access to records, retention of Kings County Fire Department, a vote of no confidence in the city manager, an independent investigation into the planning, finances, and potential misconduct involved. To the city council, listen to your community, stop this reckless plan, put public safety above politics. If you cannot protect the people you serve, then you need to step down and let somebody else do that, or be replaced by somebody who will do that. That is the bottom line. This is all ridiculous. This has been going on. I worked for the city for 4 years, and this has been what it is, right? It is only a certain amount of people that are making these decisions, not including people. And Anthony, I love that you're sitting there acting like you're so content, but you know it's work. You know this is true. You have been doing things on your own for so long. That's fine.
Luther Wallace. Luther Wallace.
Hi, I am a very concerned citizen for my family. My son about died 4 years ago because of his seizures. But you know what saved him? Kings County Fire Department. Because the ambulance, I feel, made a mistake. Because they got up on Hydro and Corcoran, and they had to stop to wait for a fireman to get in the ambulance to take him to Colinga. And it was 2 hours over there for they was able to stay with him to fly him to Valley Children's. That's why I'm against a volunteer fireman. I'd rather have professionals in this town, not volunteers, because we already know how volunteers work. What are you gonna do in a couple of years when no one wants to volunteer?
Hey, Arthur.
Can't answer that, huh? Didn't think about that one. What I see is a bunch of city employees want to be volunteers. What are you gonna do when they can't leave work? There's a big fire. We live in a high-risk fire area. What is our insurance gonna do to our property? They're gonna kick us off. You already see what's going on up in the mountains around here, up in Earth Course and all them areas. Last year, they had big fires. Their insurance, they wanted to kick them off because they live in high fire insurance areas. That's what's gonna happen here.
Kelly Guzman. Kelly Guzman.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Guzman. I'm a native to Avenal. And I have worked for 3 very big property management companies that serve this city for many years. I do understand the dilemma that you face. I understand the budgeting issues. I understand trying to find the money. I understand the very hard work that each and every one of you are putting in for your contracts. Of course, contracts are to protect both sides. Most of what my concerns were in this fire department have already been addressed by other people, and thank you for that, because this gives me a chance to talk to the council. I feel that our community is in a state of such pain, sorrow, and fear over what's happening here. They don't know who to trust on this council. They don't know what's going to happen to their insurance policies if this volunteer, if the contract, it looks like you guys have already decided, right? I mean, I think it's already been decided. It looks like we've already cleaned out a building over here to house eventually the volunteer fire department. It doesn't, it looks like it's done. I don't know. We're afraid. We're afraid. Our home insurances can go up over 60%. Do you guys have any idea how much money that is to people on a fixed income or a farm worker that's trying to save their home? Property taxes are going to go up. In addition to that, we have no idea how resale is going to be on our properties if we decide to sell. Or we're going to have to sell because we're not going to be able to afford to pay all that crap. It just doesn't seem fair. We depend on you guys, especially the people that we have voted for, to speak for us. You can't speak for us if you haven't spoken to us. I don't understand how we got this far. Tony mentioned earlier, or somebody mentioned earlier, something about the immigrants. I have been an advocate for immigrants since I was 20 years old. There's probably a lot of people here that know me and know that that's true. I've worked for farm workers, for emergency housing. I have worked for things over 30 years. We are afraid. This community is afraid. Most of the people don't know what's going on. They don't know who to believe. They don't know who to trust. The unrest is horrible. It's despicable, and I am so very, very just disappointed in the way this was handled. Yes, you need more time. Yes, it's got to be looked at. Yes, yes, but this should have been done before letters were sent. This should have been done before decisions were made. Respectfully submitted, Kelly Guzman. Thank you.
Rita Wallace. Rita Wallace. Rita Wallace. Okay.
Thanks. I've lived in Avenal 669, and this is the first time the fire department's ever been brought up to get rid of it. Why? None of you guys can answer us. I hope it ain't your life that you're getting rid of when that fire department ain't there to show up. There's a 4-year-old kid choking in Avenal. Fire department on their way. Guess where the ambulance was? On the cutoff. Guess what they did? They downgraded the call, so that cancels out our fire department. You need to look into everything, because without that fire department in this town and not volunteers, if they want to be volunteers, fine, but keep that fire department here and let's see how many volunteers show up for the fires that come out or the emergencies that come up. I bet they don't, because half of them are too busy drinking and having their partyings on weekends. I could just see a bunch of them coming drunk, trying to drive the car up to a fire and fight a fire, being half drunk. And believe me, I don't drink, so I ain't got a problem with it. But you guys need to really think it over on trying to get rid of the fire department, because it could be your own life you save by keeping it.
Rosa Moreno.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Ya
English. Sí. Ah, sí, se oye bien. Bueno, yo vengo como miembro de la comunidad. Tengo más de 20 años viviendo aquí en Avenal. Y pues sí, cada quien habla, ¿verdad? Según le ven la feria, como lo dicen. Yo entiendo que la gente, nosotros los residentes, estamos preocupados porque hay mucha mala información corriendo por donde quiera, porque pues cada quien está a sus intereses y pues lógico, ¿verdad? Como por ejemplo, algo que yo escuché, alguien puso en el Face, ¿verdad? Que nosotros los que pagamos taxes de nuestras casas, le estamos pagando a Avenal para que paguen a los bomberos. Cuando nosotros sabemos, ¿verdad? Bueno, yo entiendo que pagamos al condado, no a la ciudad. Entonces, también escuché que hay una cláusula que el dinero que sobra de lo que nosotros pagamos para los bomberos no se le regresa a Avenal. Hay una cláusula que se queda en el condado. Entonces, hay mucha comunicación que yo pienso que necesitamos aclarar, porque yo como residente, para mí es bien importante tener la información correcta. Como decía mi abuelita, lo que se dice ahí nomás se avienta al aire, se crean chismes y luego pasa lo que está pasando ahorita, que nosotros estamos preocupados de qué va a pasar con, con todo esto, ¿verdad? Que unos dicen que, como lo que acabo de decir ahorita, que se le paga a la ciudad y la ciudad qué está haciendo con el dinero, que si se lo está embolsando, que si no sé qué. Yo pienso que debe de haber más juntas comunitarias para que nos informen bien qué es en realidad lo que está pasando. Yo soy una de las personas que una vez, hace casi 2 años, se incendió mi casa y como todo, muchas veces, el lunes fui a una junta donde un bombero estaba diciendo que tienen muchos años de entrenamiento, que los voluntarios no van a tener suficiente entrenamiento. Los jóvenes son inteligentes. Yo digo, si en Limor y en otras partes está funcionando de voluntarios, yo he ido y he preguntado cómo funciona eso. Y dicen pues que a los líderes, los que están manejando el departamento de bomberos, se ponen personas profesionales, se les pagan y ellos sobremiran qué es lo que los voluntarios están haciendo. No es nomás como los avientan ahí y ahí van. Entonces, digo, bueno, si a otras ciudades les está funcionando, ¿por qué no puede funcionar aquí, verdad? Pero otra vez, como digo, necesitamos que nos informen más de cómo funciona esto, qué es lo que se hace.
Ya se le terminó su tiempo, señora
Ok,
Moreno.
ok, bueno, gracias.
Can I have a word?
So I just wanted to go ahead and comment as a member of the community. I have been here in Avenal, and I think that everybody kind of speaks based off what they understand and how they say it. But I understand that as residents, we are super worried because there is just a lot of misinformation that is being communicated everywhere. And like, for example, something that I heard or somebody put on Facebook specifically, that those of us who pay taxes in our homes, we are paying Avenal to be able to pay for the fire department. And we know, right, or I understand that we do pay the county, not to the city. And so I've also heard that there is a specific clause that whatever is left over of what we pay doesn't come back to Avenal. And so I think that there's just so many different types of communication that is going on that I feel that we really need to clarify, because as a resident, it is super important to have the right information. And, kind of my grandmother would say that anything that is said into the wind creates gossip. And then what happens is that it creates for all of us to be worried about what's going to happen to all of us. And some of us, like what I just mentioned, right? That we pay the city and then the city is keeping the money or they're taking advantage of the money. So I just think that there has to be more meetings, more community meetings, so that we informed about what exactly is going on. And I'm one of those people that about 2 years ago, my house caught on fire, and as everything, on Monday, I went to a meeting where a firefighter was talking about how he has so many years of training and that the volunteers aren't going to have enough training. But our young ones are super smart. If in Lemoore and in other places, a volunteer fire department is working, I've gone and I've asked and I said, how does that work? And so they say that the people who are supervising that department, they have professional training and they're paid. And then they're supervising all the volunteers and what they're doing specifically. And so, I think that, yeah, you know, if other cities, if it's working for them, then how could it not work here in Avenal? But once again, I say the same thing. We need for you to inform us better on how all of this is going to work. And my time is up. Thank you so much.
Angela Bueno. Angie Bueno. Jose Arias.
Hi, oh, sorry. Good evening, city council members. My name's Jose Arias. Been a resident here since, I believe, 92. And then I moved away, came back because I like this town. I love this town. I love our community. Just like everybody else, been asking for transparency. I brought up the question for you, guys on Monday, if there was a breakdown of what it was gonna cost, like the breakdown on the budget for the fire department and the cost and everything in the last 4 or 5 years. So I believe Mr. Lopez is probably looking up at the question that I had asked him on Monday. I reached out, talked to Mr. Reynosa. I've talked to Mr. Alvarado over the past week, and I haven't had the chance to talk to Mr. Verdugo about it, but I agree with Mr. Verdugo. There is a lot of information that has to be detailed, and you can't just sign a contract without really having an understanding of what we're signing, right? I agree with, believe me, first and most of all, I want our fire department to stay here. I believe that it provides us with a safe mind, right? It keeps us here to understand that, right? But I also would like to ask Mr. Valle, why the sudden increase of almost up to 150% increase on the cost, right? And believe me, I look at it as this is a business. We are their customers, and we want the best service that we can be provided. But I also don't like the fact that your partner here came and threatened our city and saying that we're not going to do further contract until they come. And I agree with them too. You know what I mean? I agree with him that, hey, both sides need to work together on this. There's no more, because at the end of the day, both of you are going to end up hurting the town. And believe me, I agree. You guys want to get it done. They should be able to want to get it done. I don't like the fact that you guys are coming over here and trying to raise our people, our community with all this, like, oh, they don't want to do it. And I get it that you guys, that's probably something that, you know, that's happening, but don't try to, and I don't know, don't try to raise and try to make us get all in a fight here as a community. Help us get together, express. I want to know, you know, what the breakdown is, why the cost. You know what I mean? I want to know what the cost is. Why the almost 150% up increase? Yeah, everybody's concerned about our prices on our insurance, but I'm also concerned about why this price, right? Whenever you want, I'm available. So appreciate it. Thank you guys. And please keep our fire department here. Thank you.
Matt Tuttle. Matt Tuttle.
Good evening again, guys. Matthew Tuttle. I am here in my official capacity with the state, representing the Office of Assemblywoman Macedo. Excuse me. I do want to recognize the council and the tough position that you guys are in. Regardless of how we got here, we got to kind of move forward. I did speak with your supervisor earlier, and I wanted to echo some of his comments. We have been watching this kind of from more or less our office. But I wanted to echo some of his comments from your previous meeting and want to recognize and say it officially that some of the supervisors' comments last meeting, I think towards the end, recognized the kind of the tact, the appropriateness of being patient with what you guys are doing, right? And I'll recognize that again tonight. with whatever the maybe changes that are going on with the contract, and if you guys need time, then you guys need time and take time. But just want to recognize the importance of this moving forward is if it takes time, then take the time, but definitely listen to your folks here. I mean, this packed house, I'll tell you, I've been to many cities, and as many people that are here in this council meeting tonight kind of shows the importance of this decision that you guys are making. So I would encourage you guys, take as much time as possible. Yeah, right. Yeah. And I could relate as well to some of the challenging kind of decisions that you guys are making. I would encourage you guys, continue to direct your staff to communicate with county staff and find somewhere that you guys can meet in the middle. Coming from myself, I feel what I heard from the supervisor sounded reasonable, especially with what it seems like the main issue is, at least one of the main issues of those 90 days. Sounds like one of the amendments was 6 months. That sounded reasonable to me. Anyways, my main point though from the office is to recognize local control for one, but also the importance of you guys taking tact and patience with, if you guys feel like you need patience with making this decision. Thanks, Mayor.
Craig Bollinger. Craig Bollinger.
Hello, my name is Craig. I lived in Avenal since 81. I moved about 5 years ago to Kalinga. But I do believe that today the Brown Act has been violated tonight. I'm formally asking the council to cure and correct the violation, meaning to fix it the right way and follow the law. I'd like this request to be put on record in the meeting minutes. Thank you. Another thing I want to point out, I think it's funny how the council is reacting to everybody's comments. I have freedom of speech, correct? Okay. It's a bunch of bullshit. You guys don't give a shit about how we feel. Sitting there on your phone, talking to the lawyer, laughing, laying back in your chair like you don't give them. Like you don't care. And that's discouraging to see because, like several people said, you guys were selected by the members of this city. The reaction you gave Ms. Verdugo when she was up here talking shows that, you know, she knows what she's talking about. And I can guarantee you I got proof of a lot of things. And I promise you that. The things that you guys told me outside that cafeteria, oh, we're just, what do you know if it's in this negotiation tactic? Bullshit. Or, oh yeah, I messed up. That's what you told me, right? I jumped the gun. But yeah, you're going to sit here and you're going to react the way you react when they're up here talking. The only two people that I've seen pay attention to anybody that's been talking on a regular basis is Mr. Reynoso and Mr. Verdugo. Every one of you five right here gave two cruds about what anybody was saying because your body language shows it, your little side talking shows it, and everything else. And that is straight disrespectful to the community that you represent. Since you've been city mayor, and let's be honest, you were handpicked. Okay? Because there isn't really a job interview for it. Perciato and the council handpicked you because Mel wanted you to step in her shoes because she trained you. Okay, let's be real. Since you've been city council, all the traditions of Avenal have died. You're getting rid of a fire department that has saved many people's houses and lives. You've taken away so many traditions from this town to meet your criteria. or your family's criteria. And how can your brother stand up here and say we, like he works for the city, okay, and he don't work for the city? So what's really being discussed at your home, and what kind of stuff is really happening at Starbucks, Harris Ranch, Cafe 101, and everywhere else that you guys like to go hide outside of Avenal to talk about city business?
That's all the comment cards. Mr. Valle.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just want to close again with the, thank you for hearing everybody out. And again, as far as opening negotiations, again, I'll try to be as very positive with my board members. But when I got here, I just want to address two quick things. When I got here, I talked to a lot of people in groups, and they can tell you that I said this: I'm not here to stand against the Avenal City Council. I'm here to stand with the people that just happen to disagree with the Avenal City Council. And you can never go wrong with standing with the people, because we are elected representatives. Anything about a recall, anything about Mr. Lopez is zero part of my business, okay? These people put us in and then they remove us, and that's just the way it is. If we're gonna move forward on the negotiations, let's let go of all the past bad info, all the past social media stuff, and let's move forward. And there's two people that I want to respond to as far as the county doubling down. Okay. Mr. Lopez, I've seen his news interviews, and I've seen some of the recent posts on the city. He has taken the higher road, and I want to thank him for that. He has thanked the county for the years that we helped your city out fiscally when you couldn't afford the fire contract. And Mr. Mayor, in front of everybody, I'm asking you to verify this. The county has always asked for the $1 million bill because that's the cost of doing business. And over the last few years of negotiations, I have helped you. I have worked with Soup Verboon, and I've asked them in our negotiations, can you please do me a favor and help my community of Avenal out? They can't afford $1 million right now. What can we do to help them? And so when we've helped you with the $460,000 to keep the price down, it's not fair in the past when people from the city try to represent that all of a sudden the county blindsided you and doubled the price. You know that's not true, Mr. Mayor. You know, and I don't want to look like I'm antagonizing. What I'm trying to do is, I'm happy we're hitting the reset button, and I'm gonna call you tomorrow. And like I said, Mr. Mayor, we're resetting the conversation here. And all that I want is start on the table is the fact that you and Anthony told me to help you one more time. Keep the cost at $460,000. And when you pass your measure, your sales tax revenue, you'd be bringing in $1 million a year in projected revenue, and you'd be able to afford the fire bill. And now you're having the money, and all of a sudden you send us the letter saying you don't want a county fire contract. So let's just start from there. And I think it could be positive, and I'll do my best to keep positivity and respect on the county side with my board members. It's not going to be easy, but I do work for you, your council, and everyone in this room. And so I'll go and I'll try and do my job. Thank you.
I also would like to take the opportunity to comment and clarify a few things. When I came into council in 2010, our city was paying $200,000 for fire services, plus $424,000 from property taxes that the county keeps. The city doesn't see a penny of that. It stays at the county before even it gets to the city. So in 2010 it was $624,000. Every year we were negotiating with the fire chief at that time, Mr. Lynch. He understood the situation, and somehow he was able, there was no negotiation with the CAO or the Board of Supervisors. he took over the negotiations. He was able to negotiate with the city, giving a small increments, $25,000, $50,000, $75,000. Then it got up to $100,000 increase. So over time, from 2010 to 2025, last year, it was $450,000. Now, how much is it? 1.12? So that's more than twice the amount. So now when we're talking about Measure A, let's be clear about Measure A. The city visions a lot of projects with Measure A money. It went to the general fund, it wasn't promised just for fire or law enforcement. It was a general fund for a lot of projects, the streetlights, infrastructure, sport complex, the community center, a lot of projects. We got over 20 projects going over right now. We were expected it to give, yes, about 15-20% of Measure A to the fire, not 100%. What's gonna happen now, if we're realistic with what is happening right now with immigration rates? You know who is contributing to the $1 million hitting the community? The farm workers, the people in the middle class. A lot of people that I see, I don't see them buying their clothes, their shoes, their belts, their hats, going to TNT market, Amigos markets, buying groceries. No, they go out of town, they don't shop local. So actually, they're not contributing to Measure A. I don't see them in restaurants. I don't even see them in events. Like Mrs. Pierre right here told me, at the Monday meeting, she told me, this is the first time I get to talk to you. So what's gonna happen if we lose that Measure A revenue in 5 years, in 3 years, in 2 years? What if we don't get $1 million? What if we get $100,000 or $200,000? How are we gonna cover the extra tax revenue? And then in 3 years, it's gonna be $3.6 million that the city has to pay. What's gonna happen in 5 years and 6 years? How much are we gonna pay? So those are the things that this council obligation commitment is to see the future, not have a ton of vision. Concentrate in the general population, concentrate in the general population, and see what's in the best interest of the community. I said since the first meeting that the city was going to explore other options. And I said at the first time that there's not gonna be a single day in the city of Avenal that is not gonna have professional fire services. It can be the county, it can be somebody else, but we will never jeopardize the safety of the community. We will have professional fire services one way or another. And that is a right of the city. That is a right. Officer, will you please, they're disturbing the meeting. So they need to calm down. They have an opportunity. They had an opportunity to speak. So please be respectful. Please be respectful. So I'm just clarifying a lot of things. There's a lot of misinformation. Next Thursday, we're gonna have a town hall meeting. Now we're gonna have the opportunity to talk with the numbers, to inform our community. And believe me or not, like they mentioned, and I have been listening to the people, to the community. The last meeting we had about 120, I was there. 120 people is not the entire community of Avenal. We have over 10,000 people. A lot of them do not do social media. A lot of them do not speak English. A lot of them are not informed. A lot of them are not at the meetings. A lot of them are working. And we as council have to listen to the whole community, not just a certain group, not just my family, not just my friend, not just my neighborhood. We must listen to the whole community. So that's why we're gonna have not just one, maybe not two, maybe three, whatever it takes to explain to our entire community. Because when a fire comes into Avenal, it's not gonna ask for them if they're got their legal residence or not. A fire will move over to one house to the next one, to the next one. So, you know, not just the borders matter in this issue, because fire.
This comment is irrelevant to the issue. This comment about their
That's
status,
why, will you please, see how
it's
when
it's
people are
irrelevant.
talking, we're not interrupting. When people are talking, we're not interrupting.
I'm
And this
listening,
is
I'm listening to you,
this
Mr.
is
Mayor.
creating a lot of friction, a lot of fear. And I just want to make sure that the community knows they can sleep sleep good, because there's not going to be a day, one day in Avenal without professional fire protection for our community. Not even a single day.
Okay.
Not
hear
even
you.
a single day.
I hear, you, Mr. Mayor, let me offer this to see, so we could get rid of any kind of falsehood that it's the county against the city, right? Because we've never had anything like this. And again, I'm not in conflict with you. It's just there comes a time where lines get drawn in the sand and you have to stand up and make a decision on what you think is right. And again, I believe in what I'm hearing, okay? But for a town hall meeting, okay, I announced that I was going to have a town hall meeting, but then I posted that out of respect that negotiations were taking place, I would delay my town hall. So when I call you tomorrow, you don't have to answer tonight, but I'm going to ask you in front of everybody. I would like to sit with you on the dais at your town hall, have my CAO on the dais with you at the town hall. So if we really want to give answers to the people and take in information, that way we could do it professionally and be sitting down together instead of me and my CAO having to sign a card and come up and ask for time at the podium. And I don't want to disrespect the procedure of your meeting and keep coming up here, but if I'm being asked a question to answer, then I'm going to give my take on it. But I'll call you tomorrow. I would love to sit with you at the town hall to be able to answer the people, and I'll have my staff with me, okay?
In our town hall meeting, we're gonna have transparency, and we're gonna answer the entire community questions, concerns, and
Okay.
fears, and answer their questions. And we're not going to not say you cannot come. Everyone is welcome to come and ask questions.
Okay.
Voice the concerns, and we will answer each question. Right now, at these times, haven't been a decision taken. We're exploring options, and we will do the right thing, what is the best for the entire community. I can assure you that. And I might not be here tomorrow, the next day, or nobody knows for sure when is our last day here, but I can guarantee there's not gonna be a day there won't be no law enforcement and no fire services, professional fire services. So there's a lot of misinformation that hopefully we'll get it over with.
Okay.
And I'm very, very trustful that the entire community will understand what we're doing. But like you just mentioned, during negotiation, there's a lot of things that you cannot expose. So during negotiations, it's being staff, a team, and we haven't taken action. We have given direction as a consensus, but we haven't voted in closed session. We will never take action in closed session. We'll do it in public.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You have people in Zoom wishing to speak.
There are 3 people on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did miss somebody, Mrs. Amelia Vasquez.
Then we'll get on to the Zoom ones.
Sí, buenas noches. Yo voy a hablar en español. Parte de mi pregunta usted ya me la contestó hablando con él, ¿verdad? Porque el día de la reunión anterior usted me comentó que el contrato era de parte del condado y que ustedes estaban en contra de lo que el condado estaba diciendo. ¿Qué más les puedo decir más que por favor, los dos, pónganse la mano en la conciencia? Habemos muchas personas, yo soy madre de 4 hijos, 2 con autismo,
Y hoy llamé a mi aseguranza de mi casa y me dijeron que si Avenal se llega a quedar sin aseguranza, sin bomberos, me van a sacar de la aseguranza. Y no me puedo dar el lujo de perder mi casa. Entonces, por favor, pónganse de acuerdo, háganos saber. Nosotros estamos, pues nosotros los elegimos a ustedes y porque confiamos en ustedes, porque queremos y creemos que ustedes nos van a sacar un poquito adelante, todos juntos, trabajando todos juntos. Pero si él me dice esto y yo escucho que usted dice, quiten ciertas palabras del contrato, ustedes se rehúsan a quitar esas palabras, entonces, ¿qué nos están queriendo dar? ¿Información cruzada? Y por favor, gracias.
Good afternoon. My question was answered already when you spoke to him because in the previous meeting you had mentioned to me that the contract was on behalf of the county and that you were against what the county was saying. What else can I say? More than just saying, please, both of you kind of put your consciousness together and get it together. There's a lot of people here. I'm a mother of 4 children, 2 with autism, and I called my insurance company today that takes care of the insurance for my home, and they told me that if Avenal was to be left without a fire department, that they're going to take me out of the insurance, and I just don't have the luxury of losing my home. So please, let us know. We elected all of you, and mainly because we believe in you, because we believe that you are going to help us get a little bit more forward all together, working together. However, if he says something and then I hear that you're saying this and they're telling you to take certain wording off of the contract and then you refuse to take that wording off, then what are you trying to give us? Mixed matched information? So please, and thank you.
We have online, yeah. So we will start with, first one I see is Veronica. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First off, there's a few things I just want to get off my chest. Number one, while sitting in this meeting, I just am so disgusted at the disrespect given to the public. Number one, I feel like you deliberately moved this topic to the very end, already knowing what you guys were going to do. And I find that so unprofessional. And you talk about transparency, you talk about community building, but that's complete opposite. And while we were talking about that, I also Googled if the city clerk can yell at people during a council meeting, and because I couldn't believe that. I've been to a number of meetings. I work as a policy advocate for an environmental justice organization. We always get picked on, so I'm kind of used to it. But having to see my fellow community members get that same treatment is wrong. Is absolutely wrong. And I'll tell you, when I Googled it about why, can Angie speak to somebody, to people in the meeting like this, it says, no, generally a city clerk is not allowed to maintain order in a city council meeting by yelling at people. Why would the mayor allow that? That is your position. Your position to remain, to keep order. And instead, while people are fine, while you're yelling at people, you turn around and get the police department to go and try to hold back somebody else for being discouraged. They're discouraged. You played us. You played the whole entire community. You had us wait. And we waited and waited and waited for just a game. And it's ridiculous. And then the attorney, whoever he may be, has so much disconnection to our community. Like Moses really should be removed because whoever he sent in his place should give the community an apology. I'm sorry, sir, but you are rude. And I do not find the way you treat the people in my community, I find it very disrespectful. I care about the people in my community, and I do believe that you owe us an apology. You came into our community, apparently you think you're, I don't know what, better than everybody, but you are absolutely wrong. You work for us. Our tax dollars is what's paying you to sit at that table, and you need to understand that. You talk about transparency, guys, but what is transparency? Going to church and mass and giving special secret messages and presentations? That's not transparency. You're excluding different other groups and you're trying to divide the community. Let's be fair here. Let's be fair. I don't even think I need to mention the fire department. You know how everybody feels about the fire department. And you guys are making a mockery out of our community. And I feel like you really want to piss the county off just so they could cut their ties so you can go along and play Little Rascals Fire Department and put the
You're
whole
gonna
community at
interrupt.
stake. And that's fine. I think I've said enough. We'll see you at the next council meeting.
All right, next one is Carlos. No, no last name. Is there any other public comment off of Zoom?
Can I get a second or some minutes?
Who is it?
Susana Lopez?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to point out, I mean, I'm probably gonna say the same thing everyone has said, but we are gonna show up our transparency while we keep advocating for the state of the fire department. However, I feel like you all committee members should have these leaderships, have the leadership, be for the people. And honestly, I saw that on Monday, there was only 3 of you or 4 of you, and the rest were not present. So that shows to tell that we don't have a stable committee that it holds accountable for a good decision making. However, I feel like there's more skills to improve. And I will be present there in the next meeting because this is something that affects not only me, but it affects newer generations to come. And this is, upsetting just because that the way that we all have been treating during this meeting has been unprofessional. And I honestly feel so shameful of all of you and upset. And I can't believe we have people like all of you representing us. That is a really shame on you, okay? So I will be seeing all of you present. So as we keep being united, I'll be out there in person next time.
Any other comments on Zoom? There was a written comment. I will send it to the city clerks.
I do have one submitted comment from Emily Pierre.
So obviously pertaining to the fire department, volunteer fire department, everything that's been said, I agree with. But I wanted to go ahead and comment on the fact or asking, is this town hall meeting actually going to take place? Because you guys promised this to us last city council, and then you guys put a stop to it and didn't give it to us. We had to come together as a community to create our own community meeting because you guys failed us. You said you would give us an opportunity and that you guys would be transparent and give us all the information, yet you guys canceled that meeting, didn't give us squat diddly, and then we had to come together to put on something as a community. Why is it that you guys are not working for us? Why? I don't think I've been rude to any of you guys. You may have not liked some of the comments I've had to say, but I respectfully shook almost all of your guys' hands as you guys came in, and I asked you guys to please work for us, please. We are your community. Our voices should matter. We are listening to what you're telling us, but are you listening to what we have to say? Please, don't fail us again. Make sure the town hall meeting actually takes place. You mentioned that you want to make sure everybody can come. Well, this is a public event. Everybody was welcome to show up. And did they know? You saw the community meeting that took place. Did we have a bigger turnout? Absolutely. But was it the 10,000 that you're talking about, the whole community? No. And that's because our community doesn't just come together and volunteer. They don't just come unless you offer them something for free. And that's the truth. And whether it be a burger or a cookie or something, then you get more. You offer them some bounce houses for their kids, then they come. But at the end of the day, the ones that actually are paying attention and don't want anything from you guys, then for you guys to represent us fairly are the ones that are here. We're the ones that are looking out for the best interest of this community. We want to keep all 10,000 people safe. Not the pockets of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We want to keep everybody safe. Keep the whole community's pockets safe. Insurances will go up. Keep their pockets safe while you're keeping your pockets safe. Please hold the town hall meeting and don't cancel it.
Anthony Martinez? Anthony Martinez? And he left? Craig Bollinger?
I'll go ahead and read the other one.
I have a comment. To not further negotiate with the city of Avenal is exactly the position that the county has always taken with Avenal, with not waiting to negotiate anything. In good faith, it's always taking it or leave it. Avenal leadership should not be pressured to accept a contract that is not at all favorable Board of Supervisors. Proposed contract is not fair to Avenal and is one-sided. Residents of Avenal, if the county is so willing to give a fair contract to Avenal, shift your focus to holding them to their word for a fair contract for Avenal. Avenal is being ripped off. That was from Alex Ramirez. Go, Mr. Bollinger.
Okay, so I have a message from somebody that wanted me to, because they left, they wanted me to read what they wrote. It says, Mayor and City Manager made statements at their place of worship on Saturday, July 7th and Sunday, July 8th, stating that this proposal will be signed, again, without council's approval. Are there discussions going on that our community doesn't know about? Them not giving all the facts as I have read to you. They only mentioned signing the contract to keep Kings County Fire Department, not this underhanded attempt that they can pull this contract with no reason, as long as they give 3 months advance notice in writing. So we have our KCFD for up to 3 months, only before the city manager and the mayor do as they please. As I stated, a politician at their best, only worried about their bottom line, not what our community wants.
I would like to say that tonight we were ready to take action on the contract. I was ready to take a vote, listening to the community. Unfortunately, when that amendment showed up yesterday, with that enough, it was less than 24 hours to today's meeting. So following legal counsel recommendations, but also giving the opportunity of the public to look at the amendments, that's why we decided to table this item. But the thing we will continue, I believe the meeting will be next Thursday, June 19. I don't know if there's a place.
Yeah, so tentatively, it will be 6:30 at Veterans Hall, unless we can find a larger venue. I may reach out to the school district, but I haven't confirmed that yet.
Oh, June 19.
Would that mean people are not available? We do. We are working on the 19th. We don't take that holiday. So, but we will announce it. We'll have a flyer by tomorrow, but the 19th at the Veterans Hall, unless we can secure a larger venue.
And I do just want to tell you.
6:30 PM, sorry.
So I just gonna tell you that I do agree with you. We work for you guys. We're supposed to listen to you and at the end, make the right decision for the entire community. And that's what we will do. That's what I will do. I promise you that once all the options are on the table, we will make the right decision that will benefit our community, the city of Avenal. And, you know, right now, nothing is set in stone. You know, we're still exploring, we're still looking at options, and we're still negotiating with the county. And tonight we were gonna take action. Unfortunately, you know, I don't know, like I asked who amended the contract, because the original contract was given about 2 weeks ago, and we're ready to take action tonight. But because of our legal counsel recommendations, you know, that's a step we have to do to protect also our community. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to, first of all, apologize for the not being so transparent, but I was also, I'd like to respectfully request that the city manager rescind the letter that was sent to the county on May 16th to break away from the Kings County Fire Department. So I motion that or I request that the manager, rescind that letter.
Yes.
I'll second it.
There are consensus.
Is it a motion?
Who motioned? I'm sorry.
Don't need to vote.
Okay, that's a rescinded.
Consensus of council to send that letter.
It shall be done. So the redirection is to have the city manager rescind the letter stating that the city would no longer be requiring county fire after August 1st. Just to clarify, I know there's been some confusion. It never said to get rid of or to end the contract. Is saying after August 1st, no longer requiring those services.
So with that, we'll continue with the scheduled agenda. Item number 10 is correspondence, announcements, and experience closing comments.
I have no announcement and I have no closing comments.
And our deputy city clerk comments. Any
Thank you.
so do we have a motion to close Oh, yeah, we'll be going into closed session and they will be announcing anything that will come out of the closed session.
Yeah, mistake. That's a good question. Can you pray? Where's your wife? Coming out? You have more? Appreciate it.
You have to stand.
I'll be there.
We'll be there. Hey, I served on school board for 20 years, so I've been there.
Oh, yeah. No.
Did not do anything out of protocol. I've been in a lot of situations. I've been a state board meeting. And
Thank you so much. I know you guys don't meet, I probably have done.
Hey, I served on school board for 20 years, and I've been there.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think, man? That was different.
A lot of.
I've been to a lot of council meetings all over the county. Yeah.
Hey. I served on school board for 20 years, and I've been there.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think, man? That was different.
A lot of.
Been to a lot of council meetings all over the county. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think, man? That was different.
A lot of. And we're gonna go in the close, so.
Been to a lot of council meetings all over the county. Yeah. What do you think, man? That was different. Been to a lot of council meetings all over the county. Yeah. What do you think, man? That was different. Been to a lot of council meetings all over the county. Yeah. What do you think, man? That was different. Been to a lot of council meetings all over the county. Yeah.
We can just do it here, so
Oh,
the time is 10:19. Go for it.
Good evening. The time is not 10:19. We just came out of closed session, and at this time, we do not have anything to report out of closed session. Council took no action. Thank you.